folder, and today we are going to start working with the formulas and functions as we discussed. So go to the file name called corporate case studies, and there we are going to discuss the most powerful formula of our Excel naming called VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So just for your information, as I told you, we have already discussed up to our data visualization in the day 2. And day 3, we discussed about the various features and the drill down options or complete facelift of our pivot table over there. All right. So, yeah. All right. So, did we discuss VLOOKUP, LSCOP also? Any idea?
Yes, sir. Yeah, discuss.
Right. Great. Fine. So, hope you are clear with the concept and the rules as well as I told you. What is VLOOKUP? What is HLOOKUP? We are clear with that? Yes, Ranjana, Kumar. Okay. All right. All right. Yes. So VLOOKUP, we know one thing, it always ends up with our exact match. Zero stands for exact match or one-to-one match, isn't it? There was one more option also available. I mean, we have noticed during working with our VLOOKUP formula or HLOOKUP called approximate match, which means since while we have never got a clarity what exactly it is. Now, if I would like to go for zero exact match, then for approximate match, what? It should be one. But where to use this approximate match? Most of the people, 95%, they are users that they are not clear where to use this and how to use this. What is the logic behind it? If you ask anyone, VLOOKUP, they always say, don't remember many more things. Just remember one thing, VLOOKUP always ends up with zero. They will tell you like that. But really, there is a very beautiful concept of our approximate match Microsoft has designed. So we are going to explore that and how to make our life easy and how to use this and how it is going to save a lot of time for us. We are going to discuss that. All right. So go to our next sheet, naming call VLOOKUP with approximate match. VLOOKUP with approximate match. Okay. So over here, let me take you through the data what we have with us. We have some employee names. You can see we have conducted a test and we got the rating of those employees and we need to furnish the grade column. So to furnish the grade column, my management has given me a circular stating that it was taking this circular, you please fill the grading column. So what is that meaning? Take a sample case. If the first employee called Abdul Salam Ismail scoring 3.5, so which grading system it is going to fall? Manually check and tell me. Yes, people.
3.3.1 to 3.5 D.
Right, that is grade D. Similarly, if you go for 3.9,
C.
right. So like that, we have to fill one by one row items over here in the grading column, and we need to complete the task. Now, if we need to do the same, take a look what we do exactly. Here, nobody is ever thinking of VLOOKUP to apply. Now, even if you think of application of VLOOKUP, I'm just doing on behalf of all, watch my screen. I'll take this cell and I'll go my table array. I will log this and column index number. Since it is in table array, two columns are there and second one containing the grade, I should go for column index number 2, comma. As we know, we look up ends up with exact match. So when I go for this, what happens? All the cases it is showing NA except those cases where it is matching exactly, it is giving me the value. Can you see that? So wherever the value is matching with 5 exactly, it is showing the return the answer A plus. But rest of the cases, what is happening? It is nowhere matching with my circular. That's why I'm not getting the result. So this is the reason why people don't prefer to go for VLOOKUP in this case. We got the reason why we are not opting for VLOOKUP. Is it clear? No need to do anything, just watch my screen. Right. Kumar and Rahul, hope you are clear why we are not opting VLOOKUP over here.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now the question is, if we are not using, we are not getting the answer by using VLOOKUP, what is the choice we have? What is the options we have? What people prefer to apply over here? As I told you, 95% immediately the people will look at the scenario, they will ask you go for a if formula, the logical formula. Now think about it. If I go for logical formula, how many logical conditions I need to check? One, two, three, four, five, six, isn't it? Now think about that formula length, how lengthy it would be. And if you remember, I told you in day one itself, in any Excel file, the more the if formula, file size will be more. Now, when you have, suppose, a 10,000 employee like this over here, and you want to apply this kind of lengthy formula for 10,000 times, definitely the file size itself will be become very heavy. And we are not supposed to use that. Now, if that is not the case, then how to deal with the same? So basically what we can do, people, instead of writing the lengthy if formula or if statement, we can go for a simple formula logic called VLOOKUP with approximate match. Now, what is the meaning by approximate match? When the data falls in a range, if it is not having a one-to-one match, if it isn't falling in a range, like more than 0, less than 10, more than 10, but less than 20, more than 20, but less than 30. So such kind of things, when it comes into a range case, we have to use approximate match. Now, one thing we are clear, what type of data can fall in a range? The numerics. Alphabet cannot be falling in a range, only the numerics. So we look up with match, we look up with our approximate match, we should go for the numbers, the numerical value. This one thing we are pretty clear. But we cannot use as it is, just like your VLOOKUP with exact match, we cannot use VLOOKUP with approximate match. There are two rules we need to satisfy if I would like to go for VLOOKUP with approximate match. What is the first rule? The data, whatever you are working with, people, it must contain a matrix. What is the meaning by matrix? Just see. No need to do anything. 1 minute, watch my screen. I'll go for creating the matrix 0, 3.1, 3.6, 4.1, 4.6, and 5. So this is called matrix. So what is the meaning by matrix? Now, just for the time being, I am removing this. What is the meaning? If suppose somebody is scoring 0, which grade you will be applying? Grade E. Now, 3.1, grade D, no doubt about it. Now, what if somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1? What should be the grade? I repeat, somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1. What should be the grade? Is it grade E only? Right? So this is called your data falls in range. So when the data is not having a one-to-one match, and if it is falling in between two parameters, then we should take this kind of VLOOKUP with approximate match. And this is what nothing but the understanding for that. So this column is nothing to do with our formula, but yes, this is mandatory as per the first rule for VLOOKUP with approximate match. And rule number 2 says that the data must be sorted. The matrix must be sorted. Yes, it is sorted. You can see it in the smallest to largest order. It is already sorted and the data range is ready over here, isn't it? Now, having said this, if I want to go and apply VLOOKUP, just see equal to VLOOKUP, taking the lookup value from the left and table array. I should take this completely. And this data should not move down or move right. And what should be the setup? What we do? Yes, anybody? If my table array should not move down or move right, what is that we used to do?
F4.
So we just go and press F4. It will be applying $2 symbol, one before column, making column log, one before row, making row log. Okay. Now, once we have made it over here, comma, column index number. Now, in this table array, how many columns are there in the border area? There are 3 columns. And where is our output, the grading column? In column number 3. So we should make it as column index number 3, comma. So far, we have seen using only exact match. That is called 0. But today, I told you we have to go and explore approximate match, and that is 1. So don't go by the true, false, and all. go by 0 and 1. 0 stands for exact match, 1 stands for approximate match. And the bracket moment I close and hit enter, this is ready. So now when I go for application of the same, wherever the value is pertaining over here, and this is how you can go for our VLOOKUP with the approximate match. So give it a try and check, is it working? This will be very, very helpful for the calculations of your incentive, production, income tax, or any other person cases where you are doing the data aging and all also this formula will be very helpful. So any difficulties in understanding anything out of this? If it is not working, you can ask me. So is it working?
Prabhas, can I share
Yep.
my screen? I'm getting value called not applicable. Maybe I've made some mistake.
Yeah, sure. You can share the screen.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah. No, you have not created the matrix. No, I told you first. The rule
Oh,
number
sorry.
one. You should create the matrix. Zero, stating zero over there for zero. Then
Three.
3.1. The first value. You have to take
Yeah,
it.
3.6,
Yep.
4.1,
Yes.
4.6,
Yes.
5.
Right.
Okay.
Prabhas, I cannot see the formula bar. Something got disabled
You
or what?
go to view tab. Go to view tab. In view tab in
Uh-huh.
the show category, three options were there. In the pivot table case, we have deactivated. Later, you did not activate that.
Formula
There will
bar.
be yes,
Ah,
that checkbox to
okay,
be
okay.
enabled.
So,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Right.
Yeah, and then control enter or
No. You have control enter purpose. You should have selected first. Since you are not selected, now select that cell where you have got the answer, and then just go to the drag button, double click. Drag button, double click. Yes.
yeah. Thank you.
Welcome. No problem. Yeah, so I'm taking the control back on the screen, people. So now I believe you all are clear with this concept called VLOOKUP with the approximate match, how to use it, and how to make your life easy. And next scenarios, I told you, wherever there is a data falls in a range, especially the cases like our incentive slab, discount slab, or our production slab, or income tax slab, or the data aging. You can go for all this kind of formula, and the file size will not be heavy, and the data processing also will be faster. All right. So Rahul, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kumar, any concerns?
No, Prabha, it's fine.
Okay, fine. Now, people, let's go for one level up. What is that? Naming called advanced lookup. Okay. So most of the time, what it happens, we need to create some dashboards or tabular report, summary report by importing the data from different sources. Maybe between two different Excel sheets we have to move around, or two different Excel files we need to work around. Could be the case. Now, if that is the scene, then how to work with that? Let's go for a small example. Say, take an example. My boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire employee related information. So what I did, I gave a respective T code in my SAP system. I downloaded a data of near about 10,000 records, and the data comes in this format. Okay. So what is that we have? Employee ID, employee name, department they belong to, position they hold, and salary they draw. The complete picture is there. Now, what my boss is saying, looking at this data, he's saying that Prabhas, this data is of no use for me. You keep it with you. What I want is, out of this data, create a template for me in such a way that when I go and type any of the employee ID, the corresponding detail should be available. Say, take an example, ID 004. If you look at our master data, who is that person? Yes, people? ID 004. Who is that? Is it Mr. D? Should come over here. What is his department? Legal. Should come over here. What's his role? Manager. Should be over here. And how much is the salary? 2000. It will be coming over here. All right. So this is how we are going to bring our data, and that is what the expectation was asked by the boss. So how to deal with that? What we do in this case? These people, these are the real-time situations. Think about it. Try to connect with your data. Yes,
We can
any
do the
input?
VLOOKUP once again on this data,
Okay.
and then automatically map the corresponding columns or values. Then whichever ID you give, automatically the data will pop up in all the rows, all the
So
columns.
how, so you mean to say that we'll be typing VLOOKUP formula for name once, then department one, position one, salary one. So for VLOOKUP formula we have to write.
Yes, correct.
All right. So why we need to do that four times VLOOKUP formula over here? Because we have got four different column. So now here we have four. Suppose say you have downloaded data from SAP or ERP system, and based on the employee code, you need the entire employee details, say near about 20 to 30 columns of data you are looking for. The employee name, the designation, the role, what is his date of birth, and how many siblings are there, what's his email ID, phone number, what's his permanent address, anything you want. If you're looking for that, do you think that typing VLOOKUP formula for 20 times in 20 different columns, Microsoft will ever suggest?
No.
So, what is the practice we have, people? That's not definitely a better practice, or that's not Microsoft Excel ever recommends. So, we are going to stop that. Now, take a look. If this kind of situation is there, how to handle this? Stay focused first. No need to be hurry for designing the solution. I'll be giving time. First, understand. See, in our master data, how many columns are there?
Five.
Five. Now, if I'm looking for name in master data, which column it is? In master data, our name is in which column?
Second column.
Second. So if I'm looking for column index number, it should be 2. Do you agree?
Yes.
Right. Now, once we have done over here, say, take an example. When I go to department in master data, department in which column? Is it in third column? Position, fourth, and salary, fifth. So do you see that these are the column numbers, the source data columns are appearing. Do you agree? Right, people? Yeah. Now, in this case, 2, 3, 4, 5 is nothing to do with our formula. This is for the understanding only I'm creating. Don't create all these things. Okay. Now, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a sequence? Is it a order or is it a chronological data? 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a series? Of course, yes, it's a series. So what you have understood, whenever you have the data in a series format, what you need to do over there? Let's go and discuss. So we are not going to write with one cell. As we develop the practice, first we'll select the entire cell range where we need to go for the solution. And then we'll go for equal to VLOOKUP. What it demands me, lookup value. What does it mean by employee ID, comma. What's the next one over there? Table array. Okay. We can go for table array, but we never realize for a while what is the setup we have given for lookup value. Now, when I'm giving the lookup value, when I copy this formula towards down or towards right, this A11 shell should not move right, but it should go down only. Just check again. Whatever the data we have created, A11, that employee code, when I copy this formula towards right, A11 will definitely go to B11. And that is what we do not want. Okay. But when my boss is going to copy this formula towards down, he will just copy the formula down. You don't need to go and change this salary 4 or salary 5 over there. Okay. Or ID 4 or ID 5 which is there. So when he simply copies this formula towards down, A11 should go to A12, but A11 should not go to B11. Do you agree? I repeat, A11 should go to A12, but A11 should not go to B11. Do you agree?
Yes.
Right. So in that case, which one should be locked and which one should be free? Column should be locked, row should be free, so that we can go for F4 three times. This is the setup. In day 2, we discussed about our date diff formula. Did you remember? All right. Now, comma. What's the next one? Table array. This should be the entire table array. Okay. Then this range should not move down or move right. So we should lock it. All right. Now, once I go for this, what is the next one it is asking? Column index number. So we know it has to be 2, 3, 4, 5. We can't define all these things together. And neither we can go to each and every cell and edit the formula. So what we can do the most is just see. If you remember in day 1, we discussed something about vendor evaluation. We use two formulas. What are they? Anybody?
We did some product.
No, no, no. In small and large formula.
Okay.
We use small and large formula, and there was a need of k, and I told you how to bring that k in small and large formula. What is the formula we used? Called row. Did you remember row formula? Equal to row number 12 minus 11. We did all these things, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right. Because we were looking for 1, 2, 3 in one by one row down. But now we are looking for same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. But in one by one column towards right. So as we know, there is a formula called row gives the row number. Similarly, there is a formula called column which gives the column number as the answer. Now take a look first. In which column we are trying to type this formula? If you look at light gray, dark gray. Can you see? Light gray and dark gray. So where I'm writing? In column B. But B is a alphabet. But if you count, what is the number? Yes. B, what is the count? Is it 2? If you start A as 1, B gives 2, right? So this column formula will be giving me the number 2. Okay. Now that 2 will become my column index number. And is this the same number we were expecting, the manual movement we have discussed? Is it the same number we are expecting? Yes. Now to confirm that this column formula is giving me number answer as 2, just watch my screen. See, it's giving 2. So not a problem, right? Now, come on. How VLOOKUP ends up with? VLOOKUP ends up with 0 for exact match. And once you have done with this, formula is ready only with one cell. But we need to apply for the others. Use Control Enter and we got the answer. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can go for a simple VLOOKUP and column combination. And this formula again will be very, very helpful for dashboard designing and all. Give it a try. Any difficulties in understanding, do let me know. Right, people? Is it clear for everybody? The concept what we are using instead of writing the VLOOKUP formula for the individual columns for 4 different times, we are just doing it one shot. And even though we have got 20 columns matching with the lookup value, with one shot we could get the answer. And this is what mostly needed in our dashboards, templates, summary reports, and tabular reports. So anything is not clear, feel free to ask. So I'll make you better explanation over here also again. Or if you need my presence on your screen, do let me know. So is it clear? Working? Kumar, what is the status? Okay. So now let's take a look at this same situation for one more time. Stay focused, no need to do anything, just watch my screen and follow my audio. Whenever we design a template, people, we cannot create a sample case like this and we can give it to the other people or the audience. So template is always remaining blank, isn't it? Now, when I go and delete my employee ID, not the formula, only employee ID A11 cell, what happens? Just watch my screen. My entire formula is going in toss and it is giving the error called hash NA. And why this hash NA turns up? Because the absence of the data. And this is what we have already discussed in our day two, the data clean one. I told you, whenever you come across the errors, our prior duty is to replace the same with some kind of predefined text, zero hyphen nil, not available, or not applicable, or blank, anything, you can do that. Now, how to handle this formula driven errors? See the beauty. I will select everything, and whenever you want to handle your formula driven errors, what we need to do,
Hello.
people? Yeah, Kumar.
Hello.
Yes, Kumar, I can hear you. Yes, Rahul and Ranjana, able to hear me?
Yes, Prabhas, can hear you.
Okay,
Ye-
okay,
Yes, sir.
great,
Yes.
fine. See, what I was telling you to replace the formula driven errors over here, what we need to do is we need to apply another formula over here called if error. So if error is the formula which can be applied with any formula and the basic job is to handle the formula driven errors. Okay, but how it works? First, I will tell you. Watch my screen, no need to do anything. When I go and apply this kind of formula, though if error is in the beginning, but first Excel will populate or exercise the VLOOKUP formula. Yes, I repeat, though if error is in the beginning, but first VLOOKUP formula will be processed by Microsoft Excel. And once VLOOKUP formula processed and it returns the answer as an error, then step 2, our if error will be processed. So when we have already declared that if error to be processed, so when we have already declared the if error to be processed over here, all right, then for if error purpose, the error purpose, whatever we are looking for, that also we need to apply. Where? At the end of VLOOKUP formula. But how to apply this? By keeping the cursor at the end of VLOOKUP formula, comma, what we are expecting in place of error, 0, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable, anything you want, you can define within two double inverted quotes. Since we are working in a template, I told you in day one itself, if your formula expects the answer to be a blank cell, then you must define within two double inverted quotes. And that is a self-implied message as a blank cell. Now, VLOOKUP formula needs to be closed, that is already there. If error formula also needs to be closed, that we have given. Now, having said this, formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest of the cells, and we know what is the shortcut. Control Enter. And when we go for Control Enter with immediate effect, you could see now when there is no data, my formula remains silent. Now tomorrow, if I copy one data and paste it over here, this immediately gives the result. So this is how people we have understood one concept called if error formula can be combined with any formula to handle the formula driven errors. All right. So give it a try and check what's is it working. Any concept is not clear, feel free to ask. Hope this is working. If error formula. All right.
Prabhas, just need one help. Can I share my screen?
Yep, yep, sure.
Is my screen visible?
Yes. See, first of all, the problem is you are trying to type the formula in A11 cell. Your formula starts from B11, right? A11 is those input cell, right?
Yeah, where I'll input the ID to get the fields populated.
Right. Then you why you are typing the formula in A11? A11 should be remain blank. You should start the formula in B11 only.
Prabhas, it's not the result is not coming.
So you reduce the formula bar. This much of height you have increased. Reduce the formula bar height. Hmm. Now the first thing is the formula is not working. Okay, so there might be some extra space before if error equal to, just see, before if error equal to, there one space. Check it out, backspace. Hmm. Enter. Hmm. You enter too much of arguments, it is fine. Okay, click OK. It will take you to that space where the argument is there. Ah,
Yeah, the
so last, yeah,
inverted commas.
right. So inverted commas, how you have given single quote or double quote twice.
Double quote twice.
Give it one more time. Right. Now this is the replacement of our errors. Perfect.
Yeah,
But you have forgotten to close the VLOOKUP formula. VLOOKUP formula ends up with 0. After that comma you have given, but there is no close bracket. After 0, there must be one close bracket for VLOOKUP to close. Then, Abhi, now go on and hit enter. And the same you can apply for the right side also. The same formula.
okay.
No, no, your formula you apply first. Control Control R to fill right. Now go on, copy any employee ID in the master data and paste it in A11 cell. You got the results, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm taking the control back on the screen. I believe everybody is clear with the concept that we look up with column, we look up column with if error, and how this is going to help you in while designing the templates. Any confusion, any queries from anybody? All right, fine then. So I am taking you through one more scenario on the same scenario one itself, one more situation. Just watch my screen. As I told you, suppose say I have designed this template, I will delete my employee ID alone. My formula is remaining silent. No issues. I have given this format to my boss. What my boss has did, he has just typed the employee ID something like this, and this is not working. He got panic. Immediately he called me, Pravas, what kind of template you have designed? It's not working. I have no idea where the thing it has gone wrong because I checked twice before sending this file to him and it was working fine. Now, unless and until I leave my seat, go to his cabin and look at his monitor, I can't have a idea that where the mistake happened. But when I did so, I could realize he has done some kind of silly mistake. He did not type the employee IDs properly. Now, if you were in my place, how would be your feeling? Frustrating, annoying?
Prabhas, are you sharing the Excel? I cannot see the Excel. I can just see your Teams screen.
Okay, I have already shared. I'll do it again. Now, can you see?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay. So here, what I'm trying to say is, I have deleted myself. I have sent this across to my boss. My boss is typing the data in this format, something. Okay. And this is not giving the result. So he got panicked and immediately he asked me, Prabhas, what template you have given? It is not working. Now, when I go back to his monitor and check, then I realize that he has not typed the data properly. That's why this is giving the problem. So in this case, when I leave my work, whatever I have been working with, I have to leave. I have to leave in the halfway. I have to go to his cabin. I have to check the screen. Then only I realize all these things happened. But while doing this process, whose premium time is being wasted? Of course, it's mine. And my time is my organization's time also. But who is held responsible for that? Can I blame to my boss at any point of time? Because boss is always right, we can't do that. So here, whose mistake is in this? Of course, it's mine. Because who has given that opportunity to commit the mistake? It's me. But how I have given that opportunity? By keeping the cells open. So what you have understood is now, whenever you design a template, give the least options to the user to type the data. Always give options to select the data by preparing or creating a drop down list. So people will not more be happy because you are minimizing their burden. They only have to select from the drop down. But how to create that drop down to prevent the errors to happen? So keep your cursor in A11 cell. Do it along with me. Okay. Then going to over here in our data, in data we have an option called data validation. Okay. Data validation. Can you see? And in this data validation, if you go for it, inside data validation is there. And once I go for this kind of dialog box appears where the settings tab, the first one, it is showing validation criteria allow any value. We are not allowing any value. We have a predefined list. And so what you can do, we can go for the drop down and we can choose the list option, list. And when we go for the list over here, okay, in this list option, it will open a source box for us, source box. And when you go for the source box, it is demanding what is the data. So data in master data A32, A7, A32, A7. We can tick that. And the moment we click OK, you will be finding a drop down is quickly ready. And when my boss is going to type anything on this or we're going to select anything from the drop down, now automatically this will be giving the result. You see how things have become more dynamic now, isn't it? So this is how people, whenever you are working with template, how to design the formulas and how to take the nested formulas and how to connect that nested formulas to the drop down so that things will be more dynamic. We got a clarity. Just check it out. Is it working? The drop down list.
So before going to OK, we need to go to that apply changes.
No, there is no those kind of things. You go to for data validation, and in data validation, you have to go for simple OK. There is no apply changes and all. You don't need to go for this. And just click OK. Defining the source, click OK.
Okay.
So Kumar and Rahul, is it working?
Yes, Prabhat.
Okay. Rahul, what is the status?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine then. So scenario one, we got the basic understanding. When the data is in the same sequence or it's in series form, we can take the VLOOKUP with column combinations. And if here is the formula, can be combined with any formula. And the basic job is to handle the formula driven errors. Now, come to scenario two. Scenario two, we have the same situation, same employee master data we have to consider, but now we are looking for the details of employee ID 003. Now, if I'm looking for employee ID 003 in the same format like name, department, position, salary, how to get the same? And we know I told you when the data is in the same sequence, here in the same sequence, here also the same sequence. So what we can do, we can take the combination of our VLOOKUP with column formula. So let's start working with it. Selecting the entire solution array, when you go for equal to VLOOKUP, what it demands, lookup value. Now this data again should not move right, but should be ready to move down. So for that reason, we need to make a column log by hitting F4 three times. Right? Now, comma, what is the next one? It is asking over here that table array. So table array is my master data, complete data. I can take it. This data should not move down or move right. One time lock. Now column index number. So in our master data, name, department, position, salary, is it there in second, third, fourth, fifth? Means 2, 3, 4, 5 should be our requirement. Yes. But how to get that? Since it is a series, we can go for a column formula. So when we go for a column formula, the column formula will be giving the column number as the result. We know, comma, what kind of match we have been following for VLOOKUP is exact match. When I go for this, formula is ready, but it is not giving the answer. Can you see that? So kindly take a look on my screen. What is the problem? Why we are not getting the answer? Anybody?
Because of the column numbers, it is taking
Oh,
some other columns.
okay, so which column we are typing the formula? I
We
told
are
you how to
typing
recognize light
somewhere in the
gray, dark
10th or
gray.
11th. Yeah, somewhere in the 10th or 11th column.
No, 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 no. You have to make a proper count. Light gray and dark gray. So dark gray is starting from H. So I'm in column H. H is a alphabet. But if you count, what is the number? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So it is of eighth column. Do you agree?
8th column. Yeah, correct.
Right. So column formula will be returning me the answer as 8. Can you see? Yes. But in our master data, name is in which column?
Second column.
Second column. So column formula is giving 8, but we are looking for 2. We know basic mathematics, minus 6. So formula is ready. And that formula number will be becoming my column index number, but it is rectified only with one cell. Need to apply for rest. Control Enter. So what we have understood, though the data is in the same sequence, but when you are trying to apply formula between two different Excel sheets or two different Excel files, though the data is in the same sequence, but slightly you have to change the column index number. So this is what the concept again. Try this.
Hello.
Yeah, Kumar.
No. I thought something happened. Sometimes
No,
the
I'm just
screen is not
waiting.
working
Uh,
properly. Okay,
I'm
okay,
just
okay.
waiting for the confirmation that whether the formula is working for you. So Rahul and Ranjana, what is the status? All right. Now let us go for our scenario three. Here, the same situation, master data is there, no doubt, but we are looking for the details of employee ID 005. But right now, we are not looking for the name first. First, we are looking for department, then salary, then name, then position. If this is the case, how to deal with? So first of all, let's check it out. In our master data, department is in which column? Is in third column. So column index number has to be 3. Salary is in fifth column. Name is in second column and position is in fourth column. So this should be our column index number if we are thinking to apply VLOOKUP formula. Do you agree first? Absolutely. Now let's deal with that situation. See, can you understand what should be the approach to your problem? Immediately, you should not jump into the solution. See the situation, see the data pattern, then think about it, what you have learned, whether this will work or not. Take a call, then go for some other options. So now, in this situation, 3524, is it a sequence? Is it a order or is it a chronological series? 3524, is it an order? Definitely not, isn't it? So VLOOKUP with column is ruled out. I repeat, VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out over here since the data is not in sequence. Now, option 2. Do you believe that we can do the cut paste of the columns like in place of department, we'll be bringing name, in place of salary, we'll be bringing department, like that we'll do cut paste and turn into a series properly. And can we go for VLOOKUP with column combination? Yes, that can be done. But if there are only 4 columns, we can do that. But if you take a real-time situation, there might be 80 to 100 columns in your SAP reports. And out of that, suppose the 35 columns, you need to adjust something like this, how much time it will be consuming? A lot. And this is what? Not the right option while working in Excel. Well, option number 3. Do you believe that VLOOKUP has the power to get the column index number dynamic in this way? Not at all. If that is the case, then why we were struggling over here? We could have taken directly VLOOKUP, isn't it? So we have no answers now. So technically, what we need to do, people, we need to add more power to our VLOOKUP formula. So what is that power about? Let's go and discuss first. So just leave 4 to 5 rows down over here and type your cursor, naming called Jan, and drag it up to December. All right. Now in this highlighted block, how many variables we have? We have got 12. Jan to December is the 12 variables, isn't it? Now, out of these 12 variables, if I ask you what is the position of May, what will be saying answer? Should be 5 because Jan is 1, Feb is 2. The moment you reach to May, it will be giving the answer as 5. This is how we did it manually, isn't it? Now, the same thing when I do it in Excel, no need to do anything, just watch my screen first. The same thing when I want to do it in Excel to find out the main position over here in this array. What Excel will be taking a formula naming called match. And what match formula does, it take the lookup value is saying that is May, comma, it is asking lookup array. If you remember, VLOOKUP, what it was asking? Table array. HLOOKUP, that is also table array. But our formula match is asking lookup array. And if you remember, small and large formula, they were asking array. So here one concept you need to understand, people. Any formula in Excel, if that demands array or table array, is nothing but the combination of rows and columns. I repeat, if the formula is demanding array or table array, it is nothing but the combination of rows and columns. If the formula is asking lookup array, it can be a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. All right. So if you look at our data, how it is there in a column. So we should take this as a lookup array. Now, comma. What kind of match? VLOOKUP ends up with exact match. HLOOKUP ends up with exact match. Similarly, match also going to be end up with exact match. Now formula is ready. And if I go and hit enter, this is going to give me the result. So this is what basically our match formula. What match formula does, people? It takes the cell value as an input and finds out the cell location or cell position as the answer. Now, if I go and change May to suppose as September, what will be my answer? If I go and change May to September, should be 9? Yes. If I go and change it to December, 12. If I go for Feb, 2. If I go for May, it gives me 5. So this is what basically our match formulas. Give it a try with match and make it clear. Any doubt, any queries in match formula, do let me know. Kindly confirm if it is clear. Fine. Now, for the timing, think like a layman and just remember one thing. Okay? Column formula gives a number as an answer. Column formula gives a number as an answer, and that is nothing but the column number. Similarly, match formula also gives an answer in number only. But where to use column formula? When the data is in sequence. And when the data is not in sequence, we have to use the match formula. This one concept is clear, what I'm saying, right? So what we need to do, everything remains as it is. Only in place of column formula, we have to write the match formula, nothing else. Now, how to write? Just let's start working together. Select our entire solution array. And then go for equal to VLOOKUP. Then lookup value is nothing but our employee ID. Now this data should not move right, but should move down. So what we can do, we can go for simple our column lock. Clear? Now, comma. What is the next thing? Table array. Where is the table data? The master data A2 to E7. This data should not move right or move down, comma. What is the next one? Column index number. So here there is a problem, and we know what we are expecting: 3, 5, 2, 4. And since this is not in a sequence, to generate this number, we have to go for a match formula. Now give your entire focus to match only. Forget there is a VLOOKUP formula. What it demands me? Lookup value. So what is our lookup value? Anybody? Yes. What's our lookup value?
It's above, no, the department salary, that is the lookup value, names of the columns.
Okay. So technically our lookup value is employee ID, but that we have already given to VLOOKUP. So we have nothing to give. If you see, there is nothing to give as a lookup value, but we have something to give. What is that? Can we take this department header as a lookup value and comma? Can we search the lookup array in the master data first row item? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we just go and search in this lookup array, this array should not move down or move right. Should not move down or move right. Look at my formula. Now, what I need to do? I need to log the same. Okay. Now, once the data is logged, then, comma, what kind of match we have been following is called exact match. Now, this formula is going to return me a number. How? Like take department header I have taken in this array I'm searching. So in this green color border area, how many cells are there? One, two, three, four, five. So department, what is the position? Third. My match formula will return me answer as 3. So is this the same number we were expecting? Yes. So let's go and check it out whether it is giving me 3. Yes, we are in perfect right track. Now coming to our next. Since we are writing match formula inside VLOOKUP, then comma, VLOOKUP also has to be end up with exact match 0 bracket close. And once our formula is ready for only for a cell, we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control enter and our problem starts. What happened? What is the thing that has gone wrong? Look at the formula and tell me, people.
We have to log after match that extends cell.
Okay, what kind of match? I mean, what kind of locking? This has to move in the row only. So we have to lock the row.
Row fixed. It's moving the row.
Right, right. If I do so, did I get the value? No, still not. So what happened? Did you find out where is the problem? Okay, I'll tell you.
I
There is no.
think it's Uh, should not
Yes,
be an
Kumar?
exact math. No, I tried this one, I got it, but without exact math, I got it.
Okay, without exact match. Fine.
It's an
And
approximate math.
approximate match. Okay. All right. So here, the moment if you look at the formula, people, it will not work. The reason is being different, but our formula is absolutely fine, absolutely correct. So always go for this match only. Don't change the match type because if you go for approximate match, it will be giving a different result sometimes and which may not be correct. So don't follow that. Don't leave zeros and turn into one at this state. Make the formula as it is. But sometimes what it happens, though our formula is absolutely correct, but formula will not give the result. So don't be panic. Just keep yourself calm. Look at your data first. Is there any problem in the data? Could be the case, we never know. So what kind of problem would be the data? Let's see. If you look at our cell employee ID, how many characters it seems visible in the cell? ID hyphen 005, total 6 it seems to be. But ideally, if I go and calculate if the length formula, this will be giving me 7. So what does it mean? Everyone must be thinking it's a space. You can't be so judgmental, you can be so predictive. It may be or may not be a space. It just looks like as if now there's an unwanted character available in a cell. If at all it is a space, if at all it is an extra space, how to remove that? There is a trim formula ready-made we have in our Excel whose basic job is to remove the unwanted spaces from the cell. Though it is in the beginning or end or in the middle, anywhere, unwanted spaces, it will be deleted. Now, when I go for it, this is clean data. But if I go and count, now just see, is it giving me 6? So now I am confirmed there is a extra space over there in the cell because my trim is removing that extra space. But now the question is whether I need to do this activity separately in one column over here and my entire employee ID should be cleaned first. Then I copy and make it as space special value. And then I should go for application formula. Is it the process I need to apply? Not necessary. So when you are clear there is a problem in the data and unwanted space is there, what we can do is we can make our formula efficient enough in such a way it will go and first clean the data. That clean value will become the input for formula and formula will be giving the result. Now, what element or which element is uncleaned in this? Can you identify? Which element is uncleaned?
The the first one, the G11.
That is $G11. So we should put it across within trim. So we don't need to go for a separate trim action. In the formula itself, we'll be making as a nested trim. Formula is rectified only with one cell, but we need to apply for others. Control, enter. See the beauty. Even though there is the data uncleaned fashion, but still we are able to getting our result. So this is how people, this VLOOKUP with match combination makes a very powerful combination of formula. And whenever you are designing any kind of template, formula based dashboards or any kind of tabular report, you can make use of the same. So give it a try and check this is working. Any doubt, any queries, do let me know. So whenever you're looking for multiple criteria, one in the column, one in the rows, then you can also go for this kind of VLOOKUP with match. So where the criteria is more than one and you are looking for something in vertical and horizontal as well, you can make use of that. So taking live data, keep practicing. This will be very, very helpful. So right now anything is not clear, do let me know. So Rahul and Anjana, is it working? Could you please confirm? No any questions? Please feel free to ask. All right, so we are done with our advanced lookup sheet, correct? Can I take that? Kumar, any questions?
Just 1 minute, Prabhas. I'm doing it.
Mhm. Kumar, any questions on this? Rahul, any questions? So you're able to connect with your real-time work where you can use this. So Kumar is from payroll processing and also he would be definitely able to get this. Rahul, how about you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now let us go for our next sheet, naming called nested if. So now we are going to discuss the logical formulas of our Excel people, naming called if and nested if. Well, so let us go for this first, a small example. We have a score. We need to check. If the person scores over here greater than 50, result should be pass, else fail. If the same we need to design in terms of a formula and get the result, we know we have to deal with a logical formula called if. So if formula, what it demands, logical test. So that purpose, we need to depend upon a cell and we need to check, is it greater than 50? Now come on. What is the next one? It is asking value if true, value if true. So if this is true, means this cell is more than 50, then what should be the answer? Answer should be pass. So pass is our own text. Or over here, we can go for it, comma. If the person is not pass, value if false, person should be fail. So within two double inverted quotes, we can go for fail. So this is what a simple logic we have also seen in our day one about our if formula. Now, once your formula is ready, if you go back and check the score, say, I will change the score, something less than 50, say 35, it shows fail. If I go for something more than 50, say 55, it shows pass. Now, what if I go for over here and check it as 50? So what will be the answer? True or false or pass or fail? So technically it takes fail. So if suppose somebody scored 50, would you be sure rude enough to declare him fail? No. But Excel doesn't have the emotions. He just does the job what you have given to him. So now here, even though the person scores 50, I make the result as pass, then I need to precisely give my condition over here. What is that? Greater than equal to. So that makes our condition more specific. 50 or greater than 50, result should be pass, else fail. So this is how people you have to define your own conditions over here, and this is going to make it. So kindly give it a try. Any difficulties in understanding? Do let me know. Hope simple logic is clear. The if formula. All right, people. Shall we go to the second example of ours? All right, so we'll go for our second example, people. We have got two persons newly joined in our department, say A and B. My boss asked me a question, Prabhas, do one thing, take a test for them. So these guys, they showed the previous employer's experience. So let's conduct a test. So I did a test and they have got their individual scores. A has scored 50, B has scored 90. I'm just looking at the score. My boss has passed a statement that score of A is greater than score of B. But technically, if you see 50, whether it is greater than 90, no, not at all. So I can tell immediately to him, sir, whatever the statement you are passing, it's a false statement. But if I say so, it will hurt his ego. I don't want to take that risk. So I just want Excel to do the test and consider whether the statement status is whether true or it's a false statement. So if that is the case, whenever you want to check a statement status, again, we can go for a simple if formula. And what should be the formula? Score of A greater than score of B. Okay. If this is true, what should be the answer? Answer should be true. The statement status should be true. Since this is our own text, we must define within two double inverted quotes. Now, if the statement status is not true, ultimate answer will be false. So within two double inverted quote, we can go for it. So again, a simple basic if formula, how to use, we have got the basic understanding. So check it out. Is it working clear? Right, people? Question 2 is clear. What we did, the answer. So are you happy with the solution, what we designed? All right. So this answer, whatever we design, people, most of our audience, they will prefer to see this kind of answers, and their design also, no doubt. But I don't recommend this. Reason is, as I told you in the day one, in any Excel file, the more the if formula, file size will be more. So having said this, this formula we don't design. So what's the replacement for the same? How to make my formula crisp? Let's say if I go for simply equal to score of A greater than score of B, that's it. A simple operator will be acting like a if formula, and the moment I hit enter, can you see the same result? So now you tell me, when I present this to information to my audience, which one will they prefer to see the most? Option 1 or option 2?
Option 2.
Definitely. So this is how you have to keep designing the formula where you can save a lot of time, okay, and make your formula crisp so that it will not occupy more space and the data processing will be faster. Now, once we have done with this over here, let's go for the next situation. This is what mostly we are looking for, and while designing the templates and all over there, we will be designing forms, kind of formulas. What is that exactly? Let's have a basic understanding. So if you see, we have a score, we need to check if the person scores less than 25, result should be fail. If he scores more than 25 but less than 50, result should be grade C. If he scores more than 50 but less than 75, grade should be B. If he scores more than 75, grade should be A. So this is how we need to check and we need to get the answer. So just manually check the score. Which bucket is going to fall? What should be the answer for the score? Should be A, right? So that should be the answer we know, but how to deal with the same? So you know, right, how to write the if formula, right? So kindly take 2 minutes of time, design the solution and get the answer. And once your formula is ready, please let me know. these people? Anybody has got any answer from this? Okay. Ranjana and Kumar, any luck? Fine. So why we have failed in this? We know how to write our if formula. We have designed also previous two cases. We are pretty clear. In day one also we did something and we have understood. But today in this case, why we are failing? Because we are not following the proper approach. I'll tell you, very making very simple. Just say, first of all, when this kind of situation comes, people make a count. How many conditions we have? How many conditions? One is fail, one is C, one is B, one is A. So total four. So for conditions purpose, we need to write four if formulas. If a layman like think, I can think like this, not a problem. Yes. So for if formulas, if I need to write means I need to write in four different Excel cells. But now all the conditions to be written in one cell. So all the four conditions to be written in one cell. So what should be the logic? Like the first thing is what you need to do. Total number of condition minus 1 means total number of conditions 4 minus 1 means 3 if formulas I must write. This is how the starting point, the phase number 1. And how to write, there should be a logical flow of your formula. We need to follow that rule. So whenever you go for multiple if formulas in one single cell, that should be a proper logical flow. So what is the meaning by proper logical flow? Might be a ascending or descending order. Like you can start from over here as fail and end up with grade A, or the vice versa. With grade, you can start and end up with fail. Okay. And to do that over here, first, let's go and start working. Is equal to if taking that the score less than 25. If it is true, formula is asking value if true should be fail. Then what is that next thing it is asking after comma? Value if false. So if the person is not fail, what's the ultimate answer? Is pass. But our problem starts there. If the person is passed, which category, which grading system is going to fall? So after fail, what is the next possible grade? Could be grade C. Grade C purpose, what's the condition? Should be more than 25, but less than 50. But how to define that? Should go for one more if formula and then taking the same score. Here people commits a mistake where they define the next logic as more than 25. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. How? Because in the previous case you have taken less than 25, taking the maximum limit. Similarly, here also you need to take the maximum limit over here stating less than 50. So that makes a condition more than 25 but less than 50. If this is true, then value if true. Okay. So if it is true, then what should be the grade? Grade C. Now what it happens, it demands me value if false. So if the person is not falling in grade C, what is the next possible category? Grade B. Grade B purpose, what's the condition? Should be more than 50 but less than 75. So I should go for one more if formula and taking the score over here Then logic again less than 75. So that makes our condition more than 50 but less than 75. If this is true, should be grade B. And then finally, the person is not fail, neither falling in category of grade C nor falling in category of grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer? Value if false is nothing but grade A. Now see how many conditions we have written. One, two, three, right? And I told you total number of condition is 4 minus 1. Total 3 if formulas we need to write. We written. Now, if you look at all the conditions are open. Ideally, we know we need to close the conditions. So how many conditions open? 3 if formulas. So with 3 go for 3 close brackets. And once you go for this, formula is ready. And this is called your nested if formulas. Very, very helpful. Whenever you design a templates and all, this formula we have to deal with. Yes, people, are you getting the answer? Okay, Kumar has got. Rahul and Ranjana, what's the status? Anything is not clear?
I tried with a greater than symbol, it was working for me. Instead of lesser, I went with greater.
Yeah, you could go with the other way. Like you can go for grade A and you can end up with fall or fail. That's what I told you. That is the logical flow, either from the ascending to
Okay.
descending or descending to ascending. No
But
problem.
having so many, if you mentioned Prabal is not good also, right? That will have logical some problems with
Yes,
respect to.
absolutely. Not logical problem. It will be occupying more space.
Ah,
So
yeah, that's
what?
correct. Mostly.
Yeah. So what is the replacement for that? I told you we look up with the approximate match. Do you remember? So only thing is we need to create this kind of matrix, and then automatically you can go for VLOOKUP with approximate match. Okay,
Okay, okay.
right. Fine then. So okay. So here we got one replacement called VLOOKUP with approximate match, and when there is a data falls in a range, we can go for it. If it is a number, that's fine. Now, what if I'm dealing with text? Good, poor, average, or if it contains a text like something, then A, B, C, D, E, F, something like that. Then how to deal with the same? Of course, we have to go for if formula. There is no other choice. But as we discussed, if I take many more if formulas, file size will be heavy. So now writing such a lengthy if formula bit time consuming, we know. So is there any replacement for the same? Can we make our life easy with something? Yes, just see. If you are in Office 365 or 2019, there is a beautiful formula added called IFS. Check it out. Do you have the same formula? IFS, IFS. Confirm, please. Right. So we have IFS formula. No issues. Let's have a look at the screen. Logical test 1. Taking the score, I will go for less than 25. Value if true should be fail. Now, comma, what did it ask? Logical test to directly go for the next logic. It is not asking anymore value if false. That's the beauty. So taking the score, I'll check less than 50 case also. So it should be true, then grade C. Then again, logical test 3. So taking the score again over here, less than 75. If it is true, grade B. And what is the next one? Logical test 4. So taking the score, here you have to be careful. Greater than equal to, you have to give it. If it is 75, then the grade should be A. Now, how many if formulas? Only one. That is ifs. So only one close bracket. Now see the beauty. Same result over here. Now you tell me, which one is easy to understand? Option 1 or option 2? Obviously, anybody's choice would be option 2 only. So give it a try. Those who are having this ifs formula, that will be very, very helpful sometimes. So no need to write your if for multiple times. One if formula itself is enough. So anything is not clear, feel free to ask. All right, so now I'm going to question number 4. Okay. So there are other two logical formulas of our Excel people, naming called and or. So this is also be some of use sometimes, but where to use, how to use, let's have basic understanding. And or formula comes into picture when you have more than one conditions to be checked. And formula will return the answer true only if all the conditions are true or satisfied. I repeat, if you are checking multiple conditions, if all the conditions are satisfied, then only the AND formula will be giving the answer as true. If at all any condition is not satisfied and you are still getting the answer as true, then you have to deal with the OR formula. So AND formula checks all the conditions mandatorily, but OR formula checks the condition optional. This is how it is. It will be more clear when we start working with a small example. Let's see. Go for and taking the logic of our example number 2, score of A greater than 30. Just type as it is. We'll deal that later. And then logical test 2, score of B less than 60. Now hold on and see. Score of 50. Score of 50, that is of A. Is it greater than 30? Yes. So answer is technically true. Score of B 90. Is it less than 60? Technically not true, so it's false. So one is true, one is false. We are operating with AND formula. And what will be the result? Should be false. So we got it. So this is how people, whenever you are checking multiple conditions and formula, always ensure that all the conditions are to be true or satisfied. Then only answer will be true. Okay. Similarly, if you go for our next OR formula, same thing we are going to check, but with OR formula. Okay. Score of A, is it greater than 30? 50 is greater than 30? Yes. So no doubt it is true. Now Excel is not going to bother about checking the rest of conditions since the first condition itself is satisfied. Ultimate answer is true. So when you hit enter, you'll be getting the true answer. So this is how people how to use this and or formula. We got some basic understanding. Can you check it out? So is it working? And or any doubt, any queries on this, people? Anybody?
No, sir.
Okay. So kindly save all your workbooks. Okay. So with this, we'll go for a short break of 10 minutes. In my system, it is 355.45 again. We are going to catch up and discuss the rest. So have a brisk cup of coffee. Come back soon. We'll discuss the rest. So I'll be in mute. I'll be back by 4:05. All right, people, I believe Ibu is back. Could you please respond in the chat box? All right, so now let's go for our next sheet is called sum and count. Okay, so we're going to discuss now some aggregate functions of our Excel, which will be helping us while designing the dashboards, templates, and summary reports again, and how to make use of that. Let's have a discussion over here. See, we have a employee related database records over here, like our date of training, name of the employee, division they belong to, salary they draw, and the training expenses incurred upon those employees. That entire list is there. Suppose say there are 10,000 people and 10,000 records are there over here. Now, having said this, now we need to answer all these six questions over here. Let's go and start working with the first one. What it demands? Count occurrence of division HFD. Now you tell me which column we have to deal with.
Column C.
Column C.
Right, right. So basically what we need to do in column C, how many times HFD is appearing, we have to make a count and get our result. So we have got a formula, criteria based counting naming called count if. So when we go for count if, it demands the range. So which range we have to deal with as we discussed the division column. Then what is the next one? Criteria. What's our criteria? HFD. So how to define? There are two ways. You can either select a cell which contains HFD or you can go within two double inverted quotes type HFD. And the moment you hit enter, this is going to give you a result of 28. So this is how we have understood how to write our COUNTIF formula. And is it the same answer you received? Kindly confirm. So all of you are getting 28. Everybody's getting a different answer. How to justify that 28 is the right answer? Anybody?
We can apply the filter and count the values of HFD. It will come to 28.
Simple. Yeah, simple. We can go for selecting filter. I told you what is the keyboard shortcut for filter?
Control Shift L.
Right. Now going to the division column, and when we go for our text filter over here, and then wherever it is containing, like our the value naming called HFD, and the moment I hit enter, this will going to give me the result. The same when you go and count, it will be giving the total over here, count 28, right? So this is how this options will be very, very helpful for doing the auditing technique. Somebody is asking the question, you're given the answer. If they ask, okay, how do you justify that? You can go and check it like this. So now let's go for our second question. Count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So which column we have to deal with? course, the salary column. So what we need to do, criteria based counting again. So what it demands, range. So range is our salary. And then what is asking, criteria. So here we need to focus, people. Wherever there is a less than, greater than, less than or equal to, or greater than equal to such kind of criteria based counting to be done, we must define within two double inverted quotes less than 1,50,000, like this. The moment you hit enter, this is going to give you the answer 51. All right, now we'll proceed to question number 3. What says? Some salary for division RAD, means in division column, wherever the RAD division is there, corresponding salary, we have to make a total. So first we need to work with division, then we need to make a total of salary column. So criteria based sum to be done. So we have the formula ready-made called sum if. What it demands, range. So as we discussed, which range over here, then criteria is nothing but our RAD. So within two double inverted quotes, we can type RAD, and what it next demands, sum range. Which range will be applying some formula in the salary column. And the moment we go for this over here, immediately it will be populating the result. So this is how, people, we have understood how to use our sum if formula. Kindly confirm the same answer you received for question number 3.
What is that sum range? I didn't get that last point. Sum range also, why we need to do only the sum?
Sum we have to
The same
apply
like
in the, no. Sum formula is applicable only for numbers, correct? So what it is asking is sum, which column? Salary column. When the division is RAD. So when the division column, you check the RAD corresponding salary, you have to make a total. So this will be taking all these values of those row items wherever RAD is there, and it will make a total of that.
okay, I lost something. Okay, now I'm clear.
Right. The same thing, what you do, so take an example. This is what I have taken. Take a look. If I go for inserting a pivot table, normally in day 3, what we did, okay, just watch my screen, no need to do anything. Here, if I go for existing worksheet, I'm putting it across over here in this cell and click OK. Now my pivot is ready. Division, I'll go for rows. Salary, I'll go for values. So how much I'm getting? Division over here, salary over here. So if I go for HFD, so if I go and type HFD over here, am I getting the same value 3135? Or our is RAD. So I'll go for RAD over here. So I take an example. If I go for RAD, So am I getting the same? Right? Same thing. What we are doing with the pivot table, that is the behind the pivot table, the formulas are nothing but same formula. Count if, sum if, count ifs, all these things.
Okay, okay.
Right. Now, once we have done with this, people, we have understood our question number three's clear answer. Rahul and Ranjana, any questions from your side?
No, sir.
Fine. Now, once we have done with this, go to question number four. What it demands? Some salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So which column you have to deal with in the salary column? And what we need to do, wherever it is above 2 lakh cases are there, those cases alone, we have to make a total of that. So basically criteria based sum to be done. And we know what is the formula? Sum if. What is that it is asking? Range. Which range you have to deal with in the salary column? Obviously, we know that. Then what's the next one? Criteria. What's your criteria? Criteria is above 2 lakhs. How to define? Within two double inverted quotes above 2 lakhs, you can define like this, comma. Once you have done with this, what it demands me, some range. Which range you will be applying the sum formula in the same salary column only, obviously. Now, since our range and sum range is the same range, we don't need to go and extend our formula by taking the same range one more time. We can complete our formula with the criteria itself. So that's what the beauty again. The moment you hit enter, we got the result. So we don't need to make our formula size lengthy over here, and data processing also will be faster. Kindly check it out. Are you getting the same answer? Is it working, people? Do you get the same answer? All right. Now we'll proceed to our question number five. What it demands, just please pay attention. Some salary more than 50,000 USD, but less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So what does it mean? Which column we have to deal with in the salary column? So first we need to check more than 50,000 cases. We need to separate. Then 1,50,000 less than that, those cases separate. And what exactly matching with those two criterias? We have to make a total of the salary. So basically, we need to do a criteria based sum. All right. So we know if a criteria based sum to be done, we can go for sum if. But here criteria is more than one. So whenever you have more than one criteria based sum to be done, we have a ready-made formula naming called sum ifs. Very powerful but bit peculiar. We need to be stay focused, people. Just say what it demands. Some range. Which range will be applying the sum formula? Obviously, we have to go for our salary column. Then what it is asking, criteria range 1. So what should be criteria range 1? Anybody?
More than 50,000.
Okay. So this is the place where people commits a mistake. As you have anticipated, everybody does the same. So it is asking criteria range 1. What you have stated is the criteria 1. Okay. So as per our question, more than 50,000 is the criteria. But where to search? It is asking this more than 50,000 cases, where to search? In the same salary only? Do you agree?
Same range.
Right.
Yes.
Now, comma, what is asking? Criteria 1. So as per the question, what is the first criteria? More than 50,000. We know how to define within two double inverted quotes, more than 50,000. Right. Comma. What is the next one? It is asking. Criteria range 2. So what is your second criteria? Less than 1 lakh 50. But where to search again? Is it the same salary? Now, what is the next one? Criteria 2. So as per the question, what is the second criteria? Less than 1 lakh 50. How to define? Less than 1 lakh 50. Over here, we need to define like this. And when this is on, the moment you hit enter, this is going to give you a result. 21 lakhs 99,323. So this is called multiple criteria based sum. Any point of time, if you want to do it over here, you can go for the result like this. Give it a try. Any questions? Do let me know. If you're not getting the answer, I'll help you out. As I told you, these formulas are pretty helpful whenever you are inputting the data or creating the dashboards, summary reports, templates, you can make use of that. Right, people? Is it working?
I think in this formula, they can try to minimize the table range. We are selecting the same table range 3 times, right? I think it may not be required, I believe. So maybe they can.
No, no, it is required. Why it is required? See, you need to understand the formula inputs. See, the moment you go for some ifs formula, okay, what it says, some range. The first input, is it in some range? Is it having any kind of quotes or double inverted comma or any other things is there, or is it just a plain text before S or after E?
It's a plain one. It's a plain.
Right. It means this input in this formula is mandatory. Is mandatory. This is how the formula reads. I'll take you some if formula. Just see. Range we have taken, that is mandatory. Criteria we have taken, that is mandatory. But if you look at some range, can you see it is within two square brackets, correct?
Yes.
That's why it is optional. Even though you don't take also, the formula will be giving you the result. And since our range and some range in the earlier case, it was same, we have ignored this. That's why we are able to get our solution for this case. But in this case, some ifs, if you go for that, what it is saying, just look at the same again, equal to some ifs. Some range is mandatory, gone. Criteria range 1 is mandatory, given. Criteria 1 is mandatory, is given. Now criteria range 2 and criteria 2 is optional, the combination. See, after criteria range 2, if you look at only initial square bracket is there, but at the end of criteria range 2, do you see any square bracket close? Square
No.
bracket where it is closed after criteria 2 only, isn't it? So you can't ignore this. Even though it is the same range, you have to take it, and then you have to take the criteria 2, that also we have to give. This is how it has been designed, and this is how we should read the formula. And which is mandatory, which is optional, how to read that. Hope you got a clarity.
Yes,
Right. So question number 5, if it is clear, please find the answer for question number 6, people. Find the total training expenses incurred between 1st August 2019 and 31st Jan 2020. So between these two dates, whatever the training expenses happened, we need to state how much it is. So you know now, count ifs, some ifs also you now able to do it. So please get the answer for question number 6. 2 minutes time you have. So kindly get me know what is that answer of question number 6. So how much is supposed to be the answer? Can anyone identify that? Forget about how to write the formula, what to be done. I just want the answer. How much is supposed to be?
I got 84 to 84.
Perfect.
Correct one, Prabal?
Yep.
Prabal?
That's what you have to say. I told you now how to check. So
I
taking
just
the
tested the
84 to 84 should be the answer. How to check? Taking the
Yeah,
filter over here, going to the date filter between. And the first date is 1st Jan 2019, isn't it? Then the other one, 31st Jan 2020. And when I go and click OK, these dates, whatever the training expenses over here, something has gone wrong, I guess. Date filter between 1st January 2019. No, 1st August. Yeah. Then 31st Jan. Now, whatever it is there, it is showing 84 to 84. So 84 to 84 is the right answer.
I didn't apply that formula, but I applied differently actually.
Mm-hmm. So what you have applied?
I applied greater than and less than symbol. I didn't apply between.
Okay. Between I'm just check through the filter. How to cross check? How to cross check whether 84,000 to 84 is how much? You can check that. Okay. So of course, it's more than one criteria based sum to be done. We know some ifs should we go for it. Now, some range. Which range we have to apply the sum formula? We need to go for training expenses. That we know pretty clear. Now, what it is asking criteria range one. I told you whatever your first criteria, where to search. So when I'm taking a date, 1st August 2019, I need to search in the date category. So my starting from first date till the last date, I should go for over here. And this is demanding criteria one. So when there is a date related criteria, people, you have to be very precise. You need to define within two double inverted quotes greater than equal to. Don't forget that because whatever the training happened on 1st August also, we need to take it. Then comma, criteria range 2. Same date only we have to take it A4 to A94. So we'll go and type A4 to A94 if it is needed over here. I can go for like this. And then comma criteria 2. So what is the second criteria? Over here, if you look at it is saying 31st Jan 2020. So within two double invert quotes less than equal to 31st Jan 2020. So why equal to is necessary? Because any training happened on 1st August or 31st Jan also we need to take into consideration. So you should not miss that. Okay, 84 to 84. Got it? So this is how people taking the live data, keep practicing about all these formulas will be very, very helpful and saving a lot of time for you. So now Rahul and Ranjana, could you please confirm? Hope you're clear what we did.
Prabhas, towards the end of
Mhm.
the function where I'm putting 31, 31st Jan 2020, there that place it's showing me some issue. It's asking you have added too much criteria.
Can you share the screen? Let me have a look what you have given.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Yeah, it is visible. Kumar, would you mind helping her?
Yeah, I'm just checking the formula.
Yeah,
So the first
please.
is the sum IFS. You have to select that entire table, that particular training expenses range, and after that you have to, one second. You need to select the criteria range also, right? You didn't select that one. Right away you went for the test. Can you delete that formula? Start from the beginning, Ranjana. You start from the scratch once again, starting from some IFS. Yeah, start from here. Should be capital yes, right? Yeah, and select the training expenses. Put comma, and we need the criteria range. What is the criteria range? We need to select the date of training of the criteria range. First, we need to select the range, not the date first. So select that entire criteria range from A column, in that A column, A4 to below. No, no need put a comma, inverted column. You have to select the rows like how you did in the first one. Same thing you have to do here. Yeah, you need to select the entire criteria and then you put the comma, and then put the double quote and put that criteria. What is that actual criteria? Greater than 1st August. What was that? I forget. Yeah, 1st August 2019. And double quote, comma, and once again you need to select the criteria. So every time you have to select that criteria. So once again select that criteria. No, 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 no. Don't apply the formula. You need to select the criteria first. Criteria range. You need to select that range first. 04 August 2019. That selection. Yeah, you have to select that range. Then apply the criteria. Close the bracket and control enter. You read that? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Prabhas, you want to
Thank
comment
you.
anything?
Yep, 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 yep. All right, so I believe everybody is clear. So whatever we did, so taking the live data, keep practicing about all these formulas, functions. This will be helping you a lot. Okay, so kindly save all your workbooks and close it. Now, go to our sample case studies folder. There is a file called chart text. So we are going to discuss now, if we have the data, how to enrich our data visually and presenting our data in a storytelling format. We are going to discuss entirely. Okay, kindly open that. So you will be landing up with your cover page. Kindly click on the next button and it will take you to the sheet called quick chart. Okay. So suppose say these are the products I have sold during the year to my customers, and this is the revenue I have made. Complete data is there. Okay. So this data I have consolidated by taking many more Excel files or Excel sheets. Unable to see my Excel. Kumar and Rahul, you able to see my Excel?
Yeah, yeah, we can see.
Yes, we can see, sir.
I can just see your team screen, not the Excel.
So you're accessing through Wi-Fi or mobile internet?
Wi-Fi. Now I can see the Excel.
Yes. So a lot of cache memory is getting created in the backend. So do you off your on and off your router quite frequently on daily basis?
No, not on a regular basis.
You should do that,
Okay.
right? Okay, so now we have the data people. So this is what our entire whole year's revenue report is ready. But my boss is saying, Pravas, why don't you plot this data in a graphical format? Okay, so select your data any point of time to prepare a chart out of any sort of data. Go for a simple keyboard shortcut, Alt F1. So when you press Alt F1, can you see a beautiful chart is turning up immediately on simple keyboard stroke? Alt F1. If F1 is not your direct key, go with function Alt F1. It depends upon the brand of laptop or keyboard behavior what you have. Fine. So I believe everybody is getting the chart ready with a simple keyboard shortcut. Now let's take a call. When I presented this, my boss is not happy with that and what is saying, Prabhas, this chart is in the same location where the data is there. It's not so bigger in size, it's not so neat and clean presentable. Why don't you do something? Why don't you prepare a chart in such a way? Whenever I take the chart and present in the meeting, everybody should clap and say, wow, what a beautiful chart. So something like this my boss is expecting from me. So how to present it? So in that case, what you can do, people, select your data and on your keyboard, just press only one key, F11. If it is not your direct key, go with function with F11. What is happening? Can you see? An exclusive chart sheet will be turning up, bigger in size, neat and clean. There is no data over here, only the chart, and people will be happy. So this is how two keyboard shortcuts you can make your beautiful chart instantly over here. Alt F1 to prepare the chart in the same worksheet, F11 to get an exclusive chart sheet over there in Excel. All right. Other things are working. Could you please confirm?
Ah, yes, sir.
Right. Now kindly come to your quick chart sheet, people. And over here, take the chart a little bit towards the right of the data set and try to populate. So here, the first thing first, if you remember in the pivot table case also, I told you when you have the chart in place, what is the first thing we should do? Anybody?
We have to go to design and then do the fourth one, fourth option.
The last one.
Yeah,
Well,
the last one.
so go to design and go to the style category and take the last one. Very good. So why the last one? The reason we know compared to the other styles, this style will be giving you some kind of glossy impact, shadow impact, or embossing effect. And this is coming up immediately. Okay. And if you also compare the chart also somewhat looking good, no doubt about it. Now, what is the next step?
Remove guidelines.
Right. So to remove grid lines, we know we can select our chart, click on the plus symbol, and this kind of pop-up menu will come. Just check this grid lines off, and again, click on the plus symbol. These are the minimum formattings we must do. Don't forget that. Now, So now what you need to do is let's have a discussion. When I presented this data, my boss is saying, Pravas, all the products are seeming identical. Why don't you do something so that I can differentiate the products over here? So basically, he's expecting that I should color each and every columns in a different color so that products can be differentiated. So that will be really a time-taking job. Don't ever do that manually. I would suggest do one thing. Take your mouse pointer to any of the column exactly and right click upon that. And when you do the right click on the particular column, you will be having an option format data series, able to see format data series. Then it will be taking you to a dialog box on the right side where three icons are there. Go for the first icon that is called fill and line. And below to that, you'll see fill options immediately. Just navigate through that. Within fill, we have an option called our vary colors by point. You can see over there, the checkbox is not enabled. You can enable this. And immediately you will be finding your entire chart, which was just showing it one color chart, converted to multicolor chart. Kindly confirm you're able to do this.
Prabhas, I'm sorry, I could not follow. There was some Teams issue. So if
Mhm.
I want to insert this chart, I'm not getting it through the keyboard shortcut. So can I select the table and do insert chart?
You can do that. What why you are unable to do through the keyboard shortcut? Function Alt F1. If it is not a F1 is not a direct key, select your data. Function Alt F1. Now is it appearing?
Let me just double check.
No, earlier how you used to apply the dollar symbol with F4 or function F4.
Only F4.
Fine. Then Alt F1, just F1, Alt F1.
Alt F1, okay.
Yeah, it will be populating a chart. Is it coming up?
No, it is not. I'm getting a
Uh,
help window open with Alt F1.
no, no, Alt F1. Then you are not selecting together. See, close that help window.
Yeah, I've closed the help window.
Have you selected the data?
Yes, both the columns are
Then
selected.
fine. Then go with Alt with F1 pressed together.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, once your chart is ready,
Yeah, the chart came up.
right? Do you see a design button in the top ribbon menu? Design button.
Chart design, yes.
Yeah, click on that.
Yeah, shall I go to
In the
chart styles next?
yes, chart styles. More option is there. In that
Yes,
last option,
yes.
you have to choose.
Style 16.
In that yes, that is the last option you have to choose. Then towards your right side of your chart area, can you see a plus symbol?
Yes, yes,
Click on that plus symbol. A pop-up
yes.
menu will come. Grid lines options to be deactivated.
Yeah, done.
Then again, click the plus symbol. That menu options will be hidden.
Yeah, again clicked on plus symbol.
No, 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 no. Don't click. Once you click again, click back. The menu options will be hidden. Okay.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
there is no
done.
menu options. Right. Now
Yeah.
take your mouse pointer to any of the column inside the chart area. Exactly. Keep your mouse pointer any of the column. Right click upon that. And when you right click format
Format
data
data
series,
series. Yeah,
right. Within that, the first icon deals with your fill and line.
yeah. I got two options: fill and border.
Yeah, go to the fill and there's an option called vary colors by point. Checkbox
Yeah,
is
I have
not
to.
enabled.
Yeah.
Just enable this, you'll be getting the multicolor chart instantly ready like this.
Uh, yes, I got it. Thanks for
Right.
repeating.
Next. No problem. So now, once we have done with these people, the next thing, how to make our chart more informative. So what we can do is right click on the chart column, any of the column inside the chart area. there will be an option called Add Data Labels. And when you click on this Add Data Labels, in each and every product wise, the respective values will be embedded in the top. Able to see? Now, select one of the data labels. All the data labels would be in selection. The first thing, to make it readable, make it bold. Control B, B for bold. Then increase the font size a bit, 1 or 2 points. Like you can use Control Shift and greater than symbol to increase the font size. Control Shift and greater than symbol to increase the font size. Okay. Now, once it is there, the latest style of our data presentation, what it says, if you are maintaining the data labels, there is no point of having axis scale. And if you're maintaining axis scale, then there's no point of defining the data labels. Okay. But as an audience, if you look at the chart, which one is giving an immense view or which one is giving an instant view, your data labels or axis scale? Yes, people, which one
Data
audience
labels.
do you look at? Obviously.
Data
So
data
which, yeah,
labels.
yes, absolutely. So here, what you need to do, go to the axis scale, select the same and hit the delete button. All right. Now, once this is done over here, the chart title, having the chart title in the center, those days have gone. Nowadays, nobody's preferred to see the chart title in the center. So select this, drag it to the right. So if you're reading the Economic Times newspaper or you're visiting to the money control site, or if you are working with, you would have ever seen this big force presentations, McKinsey and Co, Bain and Company, the presentations will be always the chart title in the right side. Now, one more thing, always remember, as I told you in the other days also, that when you present your data as it is nowadays, nobody likes it. So audience is having a different level of expectation all the time over there. So what audience expect? Now present your data in such a way it should tell a beautiful story to the people. Okay. Now here, how to present our data in a storytelling format? Select your data and go for data sorting. What is the shortcut for data sorting?
Alt D S.
Right. Alt D S, D for data, S for sorting. Sorting dialog box will appear over here and choose sorting by USD, sort by USD column, and there go for order largest to smallest. And when you do so and click OK, you can see a beautiful story turns up over there. And any layman also sitting in the audience side, he can make out that from cocoa powder we got the maximum revenue, and from the custard powder we got the least revenue. Can you see? And this is what mostly people are focusing, and we got the result over here. So this is how we have understood how to create a better view of your chart over there at any point of time in Excel. So any doubt, any queries, please feel free to ask. So are you happy with your presentation? If you be there in the audience side looking at the chart, are you happy? Looks good.
Prabhas, after going to sort, which option did we select?
Based on the sort by USD column and order largest to smallest. Hope it is clear for everybody.
Yes.
Right. Kumar and Rahul.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now here, once you have done with this people, though you have made a beautiful chart, but when you are presenting the same to the audience will not be happy. Reason? I'll tell you, watch my screen. Everything is fine, they will say, but this is the place where it has gone wrong. The series details, the product details, if you look at, it is coming up with a slanting order, and we are forcing our audience to bend their head by 30-degree or 45-degree to read the text. So this is what people always avoid. Now, how to present it effectively? So people here, we do not have any options because our text is too heavy. So we have no other option. The chart will always come like that. Then where is the thing that has gone wrong? The thing which has gone wrong over here is about the right selection of the chart. We did not do it. So whenever your text is too much and or you are giving the equal amount of emphasis on the text, then this is not the right chart format. So what you should do, just say, select your chart, whatever we have created, Control D to make a duplicate. Control D to make a duplicate. The duplicate one, keep it in the bottom, just for your lateral reference for the later time. And go to that original chart, whatever we have created, and right click upon that. Do you have an option called change chart type? Click on that. And here you will be taking to the entire chart family people, and there we can take the option called bar. So when you take the option called bar, the category, and click OK, you'll be finding a beautiful chart ready instantly. And if people are trying to read also, they can read my entire text, whatever I have presented. And if you believe that, okay, it is occupying more of your space, you can still reduce it and people will love to see that. So this is how people write selection of the chart depending upon data is also very, very essential. Okay, kindly confirm, is it working? Now, once we have done with this, though we have made it looks neat and clean, presentable people, but audience will still not be happy. Why? I'll tell you. Our data, if you look at, it shows in largest to smallest order. But when you look at the chart, it shows in smallest to largest order. So complete different. So how to deal with the same? So here our expert, they will tell you that please do the changes on the data. Okay. So here, if you do so, what will be happening? Again, the same situation remains. The data will not be having a sync with our chart data. But how to rectify this? I'll tell you. Just see. Select your text, this chart area text, whatever you have, select that. And then right click upon the same. You have an option called format axis. And when you go to format axis, there is a option you can see very slightly to remain called over here. Categories in the reverse order. Okay. So this option has to be enabled. Whatever I'm showing on the screen, this option has to be enabled. And once you do so, you can see now the chart and the data, if you look at, is it having the same order? So this is how people, we have understood how to create a better chart out of any sort of data in Excel and how to take a right call of the color applications. And the third one over here, how to present our data in a beautiful visuals. We have understood that. Any questions from quick chat?
Why did we create the duplicate chart? Is it only to compare both and figure out which one looks good and which one exactly conveys the message nicely?
Yeah, that is what, just to make a selection, the comparison between the column chart and bar chart. Why
Okay.
we would prefer the bar over the column chart in this area? Because column chart is giving, when it is too much of text, it comes in a slanting order and it is occupying more of space. But in this case, what is happening in a small space also, I can accommodate this entire chart and I can convey my message to the audience. That's why I have kept it both.
Okay.
More when you practice also, this will be helpful for you. All right. Now coming to the next, called combo chart. So this is one of the most important chart type again, people, called combo chart, and how to create it and why there is a need of combo chart. That entire thing we are going to discuss over here. Now, you can notice we have got three columns: month, sales in terms of numbers, and sales in terms of percentage. Now, what is happening over here? If I prepare a chart, select your data. What is the shortcut?
All test one.
Go for it. And once the chart is ready, what is the first thing? As we know, go into chart design, take the last tile, and then click the plus symbol, remove the grid lines. So this is what immediately with one go, one flow, the entire formatting pattern you should finish. Then you talk the rest. Now, once your chart is ready, people, we cannot present our chart in this format. Reason? See, if you go for our chart, you can notice there is a legend called sales INR, right? And this is my the blue color bars is nothing but my sales INR data. And this data is presented over here. Okay. Similarly, we have got another legend also naming called sales percentage. Okay. And this sales percentage, if you look at, it is not showing anywhere the sign of those things. But yes, if you just look at closely, it is showing that it is sitting somewhere bottom. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. So basically what we need to do is we need to create one more axis. But why we need to create axis? Just see. Reason is in our data, if you look at the sales data, it seems to be in numbers, of course, and sales data in percentage also is there, but there are two different formats. So two different formats cannot be combined with one axis. That's why we have to go for creating one more axis in the right side of the chart area over there and naming code Z or Z axis, and this entire sales percentage we have to make it to our secondary axis. So this is called our Z or Z axis or secondary axis, and in terms of our Excel language we call it as a combo chart. Okay. Now how to create it? Just say our chart is ready, no doubt. Right click on the chart area, option change chart type, then selection combo. Can you see in the extreme bottom left combo is there? There you go for sales INR. What is that showing? Clustered column. Let it be. No need to do any changes. Sales in percentage. What it says? Line. So you can go for instead of line, go for line with markers. Go with line with markers. And once you go for line with markers and click over here, there is a box also available called secondary axis. That checkbox is not enabled. You can enable this and click OK. Now click OK. Did you see a beautiful chart turns up? So this is how people, whenever you have multiple columns to be presented in a single graph, You can always take a call which are the column should be written in primary and which are the column you have to go for secondary. Okay. Combo chart. Is it working? Any doubt, any queries, any concerns? Please feel free to ask.
I'm not getting with the lines with marker. I mean, I'm selecting the drop down. I'm getting all the again the bar chart and everything over there.
Okay, can you share the screen? Let's have a look.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not able to share it. One second. Where is the sharing? Can you unshare your screen? I'm not getting. I'm not finding that option.
Okay, I said stop. Now just check.
Okay, open share tray. Okay, now it came. Okay, you able to see my screen?
It's getting loaded. Yeah. Fine, you just right
Sharing
click, change chart type. Combo.
combo.
Yeah. Go to the line drop down and
Like
the
this, I'm
fourth
getting.
one. No, 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 no. In the same line, what is selected already? No, no, don't select that. Hold on, Kumar. Go slow. Click the drop
Mm-hmm.
down.
Okay.
Now see, already in the line category, first option is selected already. Can you see a square box? Yes. On the
Yes.
same line, fourth option. Same line, fourth option. Fourth. Yes, that is called line with markers.
But in your case,
And
I
click
saw
OK.
with the names coming up here. No, it is not coming like graphs, right? It is coming like.
No, 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 no. If you keep your cursor for a while, it will automatically turn off the name also.
Okay. 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 Got it.
Fine. All right. So I believe everybody is clear with our combo chart, how to create it. So it is completely your call to take which are the column retained in the primary axis and which are the column you can retain in the secondary axis. Completely take your call. Now, now we'll be discussing with about budget versus actuals or target versus actuals or planned versus actuals. This is again one of the most important chart type. And every month end, quarter end, or half yearly, yearly, whatever the presentations we do, we have to plot such kind of graphs. But now question is, without spending much time, how to create such kind of beautiful chart immediately over there. So take a look. We have got month target and actuals three columns. Select that, plot a graph, and do the minimum formatting as we discussed. Go into chart design, last style. Fine. Now, just right click on the chart area, go for change chart type, go to combo and target data. What type of chart it is displaying? Just see and confirm. Is it showing clustered column? But ideally, our target data should be good when you go for a line chart, not a column chart. So go for that drop down where clustered column is displayed. Choose line with markers. Line with markers. Okay. Now, once you do so, then automatically actual data it is showing up line. So go to the drop down and choose from the columns category in the extreme top columns category first option clustered column. And once you choose the same, click OK. A beautiful target versus actual chart will be ready. So with less efforts, we could create a beautiful chart, and this is how you can save some time. Hope you got your chart ready, people.
What did we change clustered column to?
Your target data clustered column to line with markers.
Okay, target data will be line with markers. Okay,
And
and yes,
actual data clustered column. In the column category, in the top, the first
the
option.
first option, clustered column. Okay.
Yeah. Now click OK. Don't select anything as a secondary access. It is not required at all. Just click OK. Now, stay focused. I'm going to tell you a beautiful scenario and how to deal with the same also. I'm going to help you a lot. See, this kind of presentations are recurring in nature, as I told you. Now, suppose say last month you have presented this with a beautiful chart. People happen to see that. They were quite happy. Now, next month when you are going to present the same, but just by changing the numbers, do you think that audience is going to appreciate your work? No, not at all. Because the last time itself they have seen such kind of charts. So how to give a different feeling to the audience so that they will be happy watching the same? So this is the place where people we struggle. We have the option only to change the numbers and update the records, but we can't change the whole chart again over here. So what I suggest is, what you can do, select this chart, make it duplicate, Control D, and this duplicate one, keep it in the bottom. And the original chart, whatever you have, right click upon the same. You have an option, change chart type. And here, if you look at same combo, target data, what type of chart it is displaying? Line with markers. Actuals also, if you look at, it is showing clustered column. That also you change to line with markers. That's it. Now click OK and see the beauty. This is another version of your target versus actuals. Okay. So sometimes you show like this, sometimes you show like this. People happen to see something different and they will be happy watching your presentation. So kindly confirm you got your budget versus actuals ready. Any doubt, any queries? Now I have created another version. Just see which one you likes the most. Option 2, option 3. This is your option 1. This is option 2. This is option 3. So as a audience, if you look at which one is more pleasant enough, looking good to eyes,
3.
3 one. So how it is making different? Because instead of giving a dent over the line with the markers, I'm giving a smooth line. So how to bring that? This is also one technique, people. You just see, hardly people explore this and they use this. But you can see some charts when you have your American and European counterparts, they use the most. So what you can do basically, I'll tell you, just right click upon the line chart. Okay, both are aligned with markers only, but I'm talking about the actual legend. When you keep your cursor the point on any line and right click, there will be an option called format data series. You will be getting it. And once you get it, the first icon deals with your line. And if you come to the bottom, there will be an option called smooth line. Able to see? Until then, in the extreme bottom. Smooth line. This checkbox is not enabled by default. You have to enable this. And you'll be getting the report, what I showed you, the smooth line, right? All these things try once while presenting the same in your routine life and see somebody or other, somebody from the presentation side is going to ask a question. How did you do this? How did you do that? That's what we want. People should ask us. All right. So budget versus actuals. Any doubt? Any queries from anybody? Fine. So we go to the next. The next chart type is one of the most important chart type people, naming called waterfall. Nowadays, this is a hot cake in the market, and each and every department, though you are from HR, production, planning, sales, marketing, finance, everyone nowadays people prefer to see this kind of chart. Some people call it as staircase diagram, some people call it as bridge chart, but technically this is a waterfall. Where to use this, I'll tell you. So whenever you have a positive and negative data, variance of positive and negative, like sales and marketing, if you talk about this, what happened? This will be positive, negative, sales growth, degrowth will be there. If you are working with HR, the attrition rate, positive, negative will be there because of the new joinees and exit employees. If you are into finance side, so cash inflow and outflow will be there. If you are working in the sales, I mean your inventory item or stores related, suppose say, then you must be having the receipts and issues also. So those cases when you have positive and negative, both data need to be expressed in one plot or graph. You can always take this help of our waterfall. There's one more place where you can use this is when you have a sequential activity of a particular task, there also you can use it. So let's go for one small example in our case. Say, take an example. I want to launch a product. Okay, and I purchased the raw material for that by spending around 50,000. Now I have incurred the labor cost of 1 lakh to process this on things, or I need to clean up the things, whatever it is. So total, how much incurred we have? 50,000 plus 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50. Now the same when I brought it to my plant area and I have processed, I incurred a cost of 2 lakhs. So 50 plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakh, 3 lakh 50. As such, we have incurred. But the benefit what my government is giving me when I purchase some import raw material, I'm getting it. My government is giving some tax benefits for that. So I got a cashback from our government, say 25,000. Now total, how much I have spent? 3 lakh 50 minus 25,000, 3 lakh 25,000. Now this is what the story of a one particular project. I have tabulated. My boss asked me, Pravas, why don't you plot a graph? So I will select my data. I will plot a graph. Graph is there. Now, do you see any kind of relationship between one activity to other? Yes, people. In this entire chart, do you see any kind of relationship from material to labor, labor to overhead, overhead to tax credit? Do you establish any kind of things? It seems as if they are the individual entities and they are presenting their own respective values. Do you agree?
Yes.
Right. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. As I told you earlier also, right selection of the chart depending upon the data is very, very essential. So in this setup of data, this is not the right format of your chart. So what you can do, right click on the chart area. You have an option over here, as we know, change chart type. Go for it. And when you go for change chart type, what will be happening? You can see there is a waterfall. It will be showing in your left side categories, waterfall. Okay. And in this waterfall, when you choose and click OK, the same chart will be transformed to a waterfall chart. All right. So, though it has become a waterfall chart, people, but we can't present it. And to prove that this is a waterfall chart, I was telling you some people name it as a bridge chart because there is a connectivity from one activity to another. Can you see that? So that's why people call it as a bridge chart. And if you see the larger picture, it also shows as if a ladder or kind of a staircase. That's why people name it as a staircase chart. But technically, this is a waterfall chart. Okay. But we can't present this chart in this fashion. Reason? If you look at our entire tabular data, how many activities we have? Use people? Anybody?
We need to distribute horizontally, vertically, the tops and alignment we have to do, right?
No, 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 not that. I'm asking in this entire story if you have understood how many activities we have.
How many activities?
Yeah,
We have four activities.
right. But
Re-
if you look,
my removing the total cost.
yeah, we cannot remove that. So total cost is the summation of all these
Yeah,
above values.
yeah, yeah.
But what is happening in our chart area, it is also showing as a separate activity. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. And this is the reason why we can't present our chart in this fashion. So what we can do, just select the total cost. Can you see the entire activities are selected inside the chart area? Again, select the total cost. Now total cost alone is in selection, right? Right click upon that and choose the option called set as total. So immediately that will be changing the direction and it will be reaching to the axis. And now this is ready. And to make it informative, right click upon any of the columns inside the chart area and go for add data labels. And now this is ready over here as a waterfall. So how to read this? Just see. So first activity, 50,000 materials we have expenses incurred, right? This is there. Is it touching the line of 150,000? Yes. Now the second activity starts only the completion of material expense. It is not touching to the axis. And how much we have spent? 1 lakh. So 50 plus 1 lakh. Is it touching the line of 1 lakh 50? Yes. So this is how people have to read and you can explain them in this fashion. And anybody is interested to see each and every activity wise how much expenses we or stage wise how much expenses incurred, they will be looking at each and every stage. Now, if as a company CEO, I want to see the larger picture, I want to know in this particular project how much I have spent, I have to look into only total cost. That is how much? 3,25,000. So this is how we have to read our data. And this is called your waterfall chart. All right. Hope it is clear what we did.
Yes, Prabha.
Right. So this is really gaining more popularity, people taking the live data, keep practicing about that. And if at all your data is you are unable to make it, I have already prescribed the website names. There also you can go and explore the waterfall chart, how to create a complex data out of that waterfall chart also. You'll be getting more tutorials on the same. Don't worry, but practice well. All right. So now I'm going to take you through the next chart type is called pie chart. Some of the other people, we need to prepare a pie chart and present our data. But what is there that we do not know, we need to learn? Yes, there are certain things we do not know or we are not having the awareness how to make our pie chart presentation better. Let's see. So keep your cursor in our data, month and sales, we have two columns. And once you select the same over here, okay, go to insert. In our chart section people, there will be a pie option will be available. This is pie. And the very first one is called 2D pie. You can select. So chart will be ready. As I told you, first thing first, going to the chart design and take the last option. But here there is no grid lines you will be getting, but yes, you will be getting a legend. Okay. So when you see that legend is unwanted for us, that you can select and delete. So kindly confirm all of you have done with the minimum formatting. Now, as I told you, chart title always it's better to keep it in the right side, the latest time. Then, how to make our chart informative? Right click on any of the pie and go for add data labels. Add data labels. So you can notice some data labels are inside the pie and some are out, or the whole data labels are inside the pie, could be the case, no issues. But ideally in the pie chart people, ensure that your data labels are expressed outside of the pie area so that it will not be looking so cluttering or kind of overloading. So select one of the data label. The entire data labels would be in selection. Right click upon that. You'll be finding an option called format data labels. It will take you to a dialog box and there you'll see when you scroll down, by default, the option is enabled called best fit, the data label positioning. We need to choose to outside end. So automatically everything will be appearing outside of that pie area. So first thing you make it bold so that it will be easily readable. If necessary, increase the font size by 1 or 2 points. And I told you how to increase the font size. Control Shift and greater than symbol. Or you can take the whole help of mouse and go to Home tab and increase the font size. Choice is yours. Now remember one thing. In pie chart, we can't ever express our data labels in numbers. It has to be always in percentage. For that, there is an option over here in the window box C below to the value called percentage. Checkbox is not activated. You can activate. And when percentage is there, there is no role of value. So deactivate value. But having near the values, people may ask a question that this 15% of red color, which month? 12% of which month? So before they ask, we need to provide. So what we can do over here is we can go for simply there is an option called category name checkbox needs to be enabled. Now, when you enable the category name, what happens? No doubt, data labels are appearing with the month names, but it is not appearing properly. It is overlapping with each other and it is not giving such a great look. So what you can do is there is an option called over here our separator, one option. Okay. In this separator, you have to go to the drop down and there's an option called space. You need to select that. And once you select, automatically what will be happening, my entire data labels is going to be appearing in one line over here. So what we did, first we have activated percentage, then value deactivated, category name activated, separator box we have selected the drop down as space. Now it is look wise you can see it's somewhat looking better. All of you have done with that, kindly confirm. Now once we have done with this, so far whatever we have done anybody can do that. So now the time has come to make our presentation different from others. How? Just see, remember one thing, as I told you, the audience is having a different level of expectation, right? So whenever you have a pie chart, first identify which month we have got the maximum occupancy or which pie has the maximum occupancy over here. In which month? Can you identify that? Anybody?
Month of May.
May month.
Yeah, May month. Right. So what you have to always make a thumb rule, people, that whichever the month has the maximum occupancy, it has to be always facing in the top left corner, the line what I have marked. So technically where November month is there, you should have the May month pie over there. Is it mandatory? Not mandatory, it's the latest style. Okay. But how to do that? So we need to do one thing. Right click on the pie anywhere and go for format data series. And when you go for format data series over here, you will be finding over there, what is that? Angle of first slice. One marker is there, one bar is there. So this marker, you slowly slide over the bar, you can see your pie chart will start rotating. Can you see? Okay. So somewhere around 130 degree, you see that it will be exactly facing to the top left corner, the marker what I have lined over there. All of you got that? Now, once you have this, close this window. Keep the cursor outside, click once. Now, select that May month pie. You can notice the entire pie chart will be selected. Again, select that May month pie. Only the May month pie alone would be in selection. And the moment you go to any Pizza Hut or you order a pizza at home, how do you take a slice out? Similarly, hold it and drag it up. Now, this turns out to be a beautiful story. What is that? On the entire year, during the month of May, we got the maximum revenue. Makes the story perfect. So this is how people we have understood how to create a pie chart and present it effectively. All of you are getting the same flavor. Any questions?
So we have to hold the shift button and then drag it out, right?
No, 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 no shift button. No, no. Just mouse. You have to hold it and drag it.
So when I did that, all of them were exploded outside. Again, I brought
No,
them
because
back.
you did. You have forgotten to do one thing. See, I told you select one pie. Entire pie chart will be selected. Again, select that May month. Only May month pie will be selected, and that
No,
you
I
have to
did
hold
that
it.
way only. I mean, I
No, no, it
selected a
doesn't.
couple of times.
That is what you couple of time. That is what a single point also makes a lot of difference. If you can share your screen, I can guide you.
Okay, okay. Let me able to see my screen.
Yeah, fine. Right. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, it
Uh,
has come.
right. So you have to select once, then entire pie chart will be selected. Again, select one more time. Only that month pie alone will be selected.
Okay, okay, okay. Brother.
Right. Right. All right. So pie chart, how to make it better? We got the understanding. Now let's go to the next. It's called our benchmark chart. So this is again one more popular chart type people nowadays people prefer to see, and technically there is no such kind of benchmark chart in our chart family. This is just a coin term, and mostly you will be finding from our European and American counterparts. Again, if you have customers or vendors from there, they prepare all this kind of charts. So this is nothing but the another version of your target versus actuals or budget versus actuals. Okay, but it looks so good when you look at. Also, it gives very pleasant look to the eyes. In fact, people would be happy watching the same. So how to create such kind of markers? This is what it is telling the show. So this is nothing but our benchmark. Okay. So would you be interested in knowing how to create such kind of charts? All right, no problem. So take this chart and put it in the bottom. Now keep your cursor in your month or sales or benchmark header of the data and select everything and plot the graph. Now we know first thing first what you need to do. Kindly confirm.
You are not sharing the screen, right, Prabha? Prabha?
Already shared. Already shared.
Something I cannot see.
Okay, now is it visible?
Yeah, I can see now.
Hmm. Now, once you have done with this, do one thing, right click on the chart area and go for change chart type. So when you go for change chart type, it will take you to your entire chart family where combo is there, you can see. And in the sales data, it shows clustered column. Let it be, no need to do any changes. In the benchmark, it is showing line. Go for the drop down of line box and choose line with markers. This is the only change you have to do. And once you change line with markers and click OK, you will be finding the chart is somewhat coming up beautiful fashion and the line with markers is also on. Now what you need to do, take your mouse pointer exactly on any of the marker and right click upon that. Right click upon that. Do you see option called format data series? If yes, go for that. And there you will be finding The first icon deals with line and marker. So immediately if you look at the line, it shows automatic. The status is showing automatic. Change it to no line. Change it to no line. And once you change it to no line, immediately adjacent to line, you have an option called marker. So go to that marker option, and exactly below to that, you see one markers options is there. Okay. And if you click that, it will show the status again automatic, which you have to change it to built in. And when you choose to built in type box over here, already one circle button is there. Going to the drop down, if I go and choose, there's a hyphen button also will be getting a bit wider one, not the thinner one, wider one. And now change the size to somewhere around 20 to 25. You can just choose that. I took 23. And the moment you hit enter, that becomes your benchmark. Everything is there in this window, line, no line, marker. Within that marker option, built in, type you change, size you change. Hope it is clear how to create this kind of benchmark chart, people. Trust me, when you present something like this, somebody from the presentation area is going to definitely ask a question. Everything is fine, Prabhas, but how did you create this line? That's what we want. Small, small things, but makes a huge impact. Because people want something different, something unique. And this is how you have to always try to explore what are the areas how to make something unique presentation. Clear?
But one line went above, right? On the, if you see the last bar, that horizontal line went above on the top, and even the first side, middle also. It's
No,
not
no, no, no,
overlapping
no.
with the.
It's not. Which one?
If you
You're
see
talking
the
about which month? Which month?
so January also, December also. If you see the blue and the red
Huh.
one, they are not
Right. You see,
overlapping, right?
it will never overlap because that is what I told you, actuals versus budget. Your budget is of
Hmm.
170. You have made the actual of 125. So definitely you have got a deficit budget over here if you're taking it, or you have not made a surplus business. It is below to the target, you can see. So that is what the meaning. So wherever you are making a surplus, it is exceeding that line. Can you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
That is what
Okay.
you try to correlate with the values you can come to know. All right, now we'll go to our next chart type is called automatic chart. Okay, so automatic chart, what is that exactly? We'll prepare our chart only once in such a way, whenever we go and upload our data or do some data entry operation, the chart will reflect automatically. We don't need to go and keep on working with the charts. So how to do that? Here, the data we have month and revenue. Everyone will be having a different numbers. Don't worry about it. So select from March to December and delete it. Again, numbers will be changing. Don't be panic. This is because of the formula called rand between already there. Formula is already there. It's because of that. Okay. Now, take a look. No need to do anything. Take a look first. I have got 2 months data. I selected and plotted a graph. And then the moment I tomorrow complete my business for the month of March, do you see the March data is popping up inside the chart area? No. What we do, we select our chart and we slightly take this mouse pointer and we slightly drag it down like this. Then only March data is being populated. Nothing wrong. What you're doing is absolutely fine, but this action is recurring in nature. Every month end, we have to keep on enhancing the range one by one cell down. Now you can ask me a question, Prabhas, why don't you take a anonymous range like this and populate? It will create unwanted spaces in the data chart area. So people will ask a question, why it is showing empty spaces? Can I say, sir, we are yet to complete the business year. That's why it is popping up like this blanks. So that's not the right way to express it. So this is how people, whatever the practice we have today, we have to stop. Now, what you can do, start working with me. Select your data and go for Alt F1. We know the chart, but we are not going for the chart right now. If you remember, in day 2 and day 3, I told you something. How to convert your data into table. What is the shortcut? In the case of day 2, our multi-DB filter, day 3, pivot table, and in pivot table also I discussed, I told you, right? So there you
Control
go for,
T.
yeah, control T, T for tango, T for table, or control L also you can take it and click OK. The data is formatted as table, plot your graph and do whatever the things you have learned in the quick chart one by one. Going to chart design, take your late style, then plus symbol, remove the grid lines, making it more informative, adding the data labels. When you have the labels, access scale doesn't play any role. If you want to have multicolor effect, you can. Chart title should be in the center. Instead of that, right, we have to keep it. Now, all these things, whatever we have learned, we have made, and we have made our presentation better, not a problem. So once it is ready, do let me know.
Prabhas, how to change the color only for one bar?
No, not one bar. I did not change that one bar. I just took the multicolor effect. Right click on that, format data series, going to fill icon, vary colors by point. We did the first thing, right?
Okay, okay.
After I just tried fiddling the data for March until December, it automatically popping up, Prabhas.
That is what the beauty. That's what I told you. This is the reason why we are creating. Now, once it is ready, only thing is you have to fill for the time being, you fill the month only and see the beauty. It is automatically popping up. But in the real time, you need to fill the data. So don't worry about it. Don't expect that Excel will automatically take my data. So when I'm doing my data entry, I have to focus only with an entry. My entire chart will be plotted with regular intervals, spacing, everything is coming up. Data labels are automatically also getting added. Everything is happening. And if I want to present my story for this quarter, I don't need to showcase the entire data. I can go to the month and there I can choose only April, May, and June. So unwanted data I'm not showing to the people, unwanted questions are not going to come, and we can make our presentation precisely better. So this is how, again, one more advantage of format as table for chart purpose also we saw that. All right. So hope you got some understanding also about the charts to make the things better. And the same once you make it better, it will be very hardly you need to struggle for bringing the same to PowerPoint and you can make your presentation better even, not a problem. So this is it from our chart set people, and this is from our day 4 site. Any doubt, any queries from anybody?
Prabhas, if you can show the last day three, if no one has questions, right? I have one question on the day three on the dashboard because on that day I could not able to focus. But I tried to practice, but I have one query on that one. If you have the dashboard,
Yes.
Prabhas.
Yeah, no problem. Ask me. What is that?
Yeah, yeah. If you go there, I have one simple question.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one.
Yeah,
Where was that changing when you select the year? The data was populating, right? Where was that? Where is that option?
pivot 9.
Yeah, yeah, here. So where are you changing the year? So you are changing in this one filter condition.
Yeah, in the chart
Okay.
filter.
So is that possible that we can put that year also in the same dashboard as a slicer also we can put, right, instead of here?
Yeah, yeah, we can do that. See, as
Mm-hmm.
long as it is popping up, like when you go for our data, let's take an example, data is there in behind this chart. Okay. Just data is behind the chart. We kept it. If you remember the other day. So if I keep a cursor, pivot table analyze, insert slicer, year slicer also we can take it. So whatever it is appearing in this box, we can use as a slicer. So no problem.
Okay, okay.
Yes. Any other doubts or queries from anybody?
No, sir.
Okay. So keep practicing whatever your doubts and queries. If at all anything comes up, you can very well drop me a mail, people. So I am dropping an email ID. This is under my supervision only. So either me or one of my trainer, whoever is available, the next person will be helping you out with the right answer. But when you are sending your data, or I mean, you are asking your queries, please send some sample data also, so that will be giving a better clarity what you are up to or what is your requirement. So it can be in the same page, and we can help you in better way. But practice is very, very essential. And as I told you already, I mean, whatever the recordings already shared with you, make use of that resources. And you have the data with you. You can connect with your own data also, no problem. All right. So what in these 4 days we have learned so many things. What is that you find the most? I mean, the best one. This is what it is really going to save a lot of time for me. Yes, Rahul, what's your opinion on that? Which topic you like the most? You believe that it is going to save a lot of time for me, and it is really worth attending the session.
So for me, it's definitely pivot because
Okay.
I'm into supply chain and regularly I have to maintain stock reports. So I think pivot is mostly usable from this.
Okay. Yes, Ranjana, from your side.
From my side, yes, pivot is number one because I'm into sales and marketing, and uh, visualizing data through pivots to help my management to take quick decisions. That was one of
Mhm.
the priorities. So pivots definitely helped me. And also the
Okay.
charts, different kinds of charts we learned today, it will also help me to show data in a different way. As you always say, tell us nice story that way.
Right. Okay. Great. Yes, Kumar, what's your opinion? Which topic you like the most?
Uh, for me, it's, whatever both Rahul and Ranjana mentioned, I agree with them. And
Mm-hmm.
additionally, the this keyboard shortcuts and all. No, sometimes my keyboard was not
Mm-hmm.
functioning. I was putting this computer keyboard and enabling it. That keyboard
Mm-hmm.
functions are really helpful. And
Mm-hmm.
additionally, this dashboards and all whatever we created, no, that was
Mm-hmm.
really helpful. We can be able to do a good presentation in terms of the dashboards and all.
Okay.
Yeah, and other formulas and also very much helpful. The formula that we have explored today.
Right. So we look up different criterias, combinations of that, and all these things, isn't it?
Correct, correct.
Right. Good. Fine then. So I have dropped a link, people. So would you mind please taking 2 minutes of pain to just click on that link and whatever things you liked or you need some improvements about the training, anything you can give me a feedback because I don't have the practice of collecting the feedback, sending a form. So immediately I just drop the link. Whatever you feel like you can write it. So that will be kind of asset for me. And in the meantime, if you have any questions also you can ask me, no issues.
Prabhas, if required in future, if I need to get in touch with you, the email addresses through which you were sending the recordings and the meeting invites, can I get in touch with you through that email?
Yeah, it's fine also. And it's all our operating emails. So no
Okay.
problem. But you were sending any things, just remind us through WhatsApp or give a call that I have sent a mail. So that will be, easy to remember. And in fact, at least on the day end, at least I should attend, or any of my trainer who is available, I can ask them to attend. Not an issue.
Uh, sure, Prabhas. Maybe it is not
Yeah.
exactly for asking questions. It could be for some references, and also I'm just checking if that could be your contact.
Yeah, references. See, any references you want to give, I would suggest. So any of your corporate references for the training program, I would suggest this number and email ID. Where you have got the links. I have dropped in the chat box, you can see.
Thanks, Prabhas.
Yeah, welcome. Any questions from anybody?
Yes, I just want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, in my office, mostly people were using X lookup because of they think it's very easy. Just you have to select two columns while getting the values. So,
Mm-hmm.
what your suggestion? X lookup or V lookup is easy?
See, XLOOKUP, see, obviously when XLOOKUP is comes, then definitely XLOOKUP will be easy. But only problem, only challenge is unless and until you have Office 365, you can't use it because those functions are available in Office 365 only. And the person whom you are sending, if he doesn't have Office 365, he can't get those output also. That is one more challenge. So this is the only reason why I shared all the functions. The functions, whatever I have shared, irrespective of any version you are working universally, it will work. Like if we look up with combination match, we look up with column, we look up with if error, any version. Since 1985 till 2021, any version you can work peacefully. And you can share your files to anybody. The formula and function still will remain intact. But we do teach XLOOKUP formula to the corporates when this entire group is having the similar version. Like say, suppose say one domain of finance people support 20 people of finance, they are joining our class and they all have 365. So we tailor made the program only related to finance. If a separate group from sales or marketing they are joining our class, they ask me, because we want only sales and marketing related examples. So we create design the models for them only related to sales. So this is how we design the specific modules depending upon the target audience. We don't deliver a generic training program. I'll show you something if you spend 1 minute of time with me. Like the moment what you see those case studies, each and every, I mean, my client wise, whoever, whatever the business activity they have, we will create the separate case studies for that. Now, suppose say if I go for any of the big four, say PwC, okay. So whatever I teach to PwC, I don't teach to KPMG, or whatever I teach to KPMG, I don't teach the same to EY. So I do teach to big four firms also, the in big four audit firms you can say. So EY, if I go for it also, so those data will be different for EY. Each and every industry, they will be having a different case studies because what they need the most. As I started early, I mean, the moment day one we go for the training program, what I said, what is your expectation? I can teach everything what I know, but what you need the most, if I teach you, then it will be making a lot of difference at your workplace. So this is how the practice we have, and that's why we are second to none. When we go for any corporate, to be proud because the efforts says a lot, and everyone is quite happy when they take go for stepping out the training program, and we always bag 4.5 minimum out of 5. I'm talking about because we deliver in that way, and we always emphasize upon each and every participants. If suppose somebody is a slow learner, we don't look, I mean, just leave their hand. We in fact give more attention to them, and we ensure each and everybody whoever in the meeting room they should learn. That's what our prime motto.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. I'll show you one more. Just 1 minute. Watch my screen. I'll show you one more thing. Just as a add-on. See, whenever you have the
Okay.
data, if you have no idea how to analyze this, if you are in Office 365 in the Home tab, there will be one analyze data option will be there. This is one AI tool, like our flash fill, one AI tool. This is also one AI tool. And if I go for it, it will immediately show me the analyzed data option over here. So what is that? Department wise average salary. You can, so you can ask also in which department we have got the maximum salary. So take an example, which department has got maximum strength or maximum headcount, which department has maximum headcounts. So this kind of questions you can have and it will be showing the answer, but your question must be appropriate. Now, if you go for maximum, in which department maximum salary, so you can ask maximum salary. So it will show you marketing. This is the marketing department. We have got the maximum salary over here, top salary. So this is how this kind of tools, AI tool, it will be helping you a lot. And in fact, the charts and graphs will be popping up, and you can ask even a lot of things over here. Show more if you go for it. It will be showing the charts in like this, frequency of salary. So this is called analyze data. It is a very beautiful option. Whenever time permits, you go and analyze this. So it will vary also. The analysis will vary from case to case depending upon the volume of data what you have. And it is already also giving the suggestions like percentage of total experience years in each department. If you take this, it will show that report. Here is our answer, right? So whenever time permits, go and explore this. This is one of the AI tool. All right. So hope it was a fruitful investment of your time of 16 hours. I know there is a slight delay we have because of last week our maintenance work we have to postpone. But yes, trust me, this is worth attending, I believe, and keep practicing because overnight nothing is possible. So please mark my words. If you practice daily basis on 30 days itself, you can see the significant growth in your working place. And don't stop there. Keep enhancing your knowledge, groom yourself because in this competitive world, whenever there is a new tool comes in the market, if it is gaining the popularity, you have to learn to sustain in the corporate world. So don't just confine your limit. Okay, I know Excel.